Okay. I'm basically on time this time. See if we can get all of this set up. Oh, oops, that's not what we want. We want that. Okay. Alright. Hello. Now I'm gonna pop out chat there so I can have a look at chat while we work. And so, yeah, for today we're gonna see if we can get this man built. Like, finish all of that up. Got a lot of bits and pieces here. Now, just going to do a quick disclaimer ahead of time. Stream will not be super long. We'll do it. We'll try to get this man cleaned up. But Space Marine has released today, so I wanna... I do want to play it. So yeah, we'll probably go for a few hours, and then I want to download Space Marine. Your first huzzah? Yeah, welcome, Hensley. I just need to pull up my my reference images for ahriman. So I'll just put that up on my second monitor there so I know what I'm doing. Be present for as long as you can. You got a baby induction tomorrow, so you so you'll be going to bed early, righto. And don't feel that Space Marine's worth it. It is worth it. It will be worth it. Yeah, also, after careful consideration, I've decided that I probably won't be streaming Space Marine because I do not think, if I'm being perfectly honest, I do not think my my PC is capable of both running and streaming that thing at the same time. It is not that good. One moment. Hey, is the frame frozen for you guys? Because in my preview, it's just showing my arm frozen across the screen. I'm just gonna refresh the page, see if it's just locked up on my end, or if the input has actually frozen. What about recording? Yeah, I might record it. Yeah, I'd probably be able to record it. I think it's just the real-time compressing and then sending that fucks with it. I might be able to record it though. I'm good, rolling smoothly. Righto. Cool. Well, yeah, where are we at? We've got our base. Got his cape, which we have modified to fit underneath. But that's fine. Hey Francois, how you going today? Okay, so those bits are fine. Then we've got the staff, which we'll need to do today. So staff has... Oh, I need to figure out which bits belong to the staff now. We'll also need to... I don't know what that bit is, so I'll need to come back to that. And so there's our horns for the staff. I reckon I probably won't go too hard on trying to give the horns the wobble. Too much of a pain for what it's worth, I reckon. I just want to start... I just want to start painting this guy. Then we've got horns for his head. Then we've got other horns for his head. Then we've got other horns for his head. So what we'll need to do is we'll need to file down the these horns to not be gross lumps. And then I think it's just... Oh, and then the last things to do are sculpting the shoulder pads, and then we can prime everything and stick it all together. If you did it, you could say huzzah for tomorrow's stream. You could come first. Hensley, come on! I thought you were a real one. You know that there's no stream tomorrow. The schedule says so. I'm a little disillusioned, honestly. That's I thought you were one of the boys. I'm kidding. It's all good. No, yeah, I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I think my next one is Friday. Little slow today. Yesterday was your birthday, and you're up some 35 hours, so you slept most of today. I see. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, so let's let's just get going with the staff. Is it that one that we want? Yeah, so I reckon we basically just want to fit these in and not worry too much about the wiggle. It would be nice to get the wiggle, but I'm not confident in my ability to do so. Because I know we were talking about cutting it down the middle, but I don't remember what angle we would cut it at to make it wiggle properly. But let's get our files out in any case. Won your 40k game yesterday by 20 points. Does that mean you had like one like small unit left at the very end? Horizontally with the plane of the top of the staff? Okay. I'm ready to ruin it. And then I'm going to have to cut out horns from another skull. I guess the price for failure isn't too high. I can just get more horns from a different skull if it's fucked. Man, it's so nice being able to file back Milliput, unlike that fucking green stuff that I was struggling with for the first stream of this. That's pretty good on that side. Still a little bit of overhang. You had a few units left, but you're just able to score a lot of points early on and keep your opponents off objectives. I see. Alright. Alright, yeah, by the way, I've said this a few times now, but yeah, once ahriman is done and painted, we will be starting the Magnus project, because holy shit, I want to paint that thing. It has been sitting on the back burner for too long. $354 subs left. 354 subs. Let's go. Hope train road to 500. Congrats, brother. Wait. No way we're at 354. I thought we were like 340 something last night. Was I not at like 340 something? Really recently? And you guys are just coming out of nowhere. That's crazy. Thank you. Okay, so Magnus did nothing wrong. Look, I'm a fan of Magnus. Magnus did a lot of things wrong. I'm sorry, F15. Magnus did a lot of things wrong. Let's file these to flat. Gene Steelcourt, rise from the shadows, 354 of us. That's not enough to challenge the planetary government yet. We need to stay in hiding, Tiki. We need to bide our time, build our strength. 1,062 arms. Just realized that these big horns are gonna need to have tiny little spikes embedded on the inside edge. So I really need to make sure they're nice and flat. And then we'll use green stuff on milliput or something just to get these tiny little spikes. It's so fiddly to file because I don't want to apply too much pressure and snap it, so I just keep hitting my fingers because I'm having to brace it everywhere. Both 50-50 for green stuff milliput. I guess it'll be a good opportunity to try that out. Fine, sad cultist noises. Yep, back to the shadows, Tiki. Not yet. 1,000 subs is where we challenge the government. And also where we throw the party in the form of a fucked up drinking stream that I'm not looking forward to. I will actually die of alcohol poisoning at 1,000 subs. Thing is, to make it worth it, I'd need to build a particularly large and complex model for that stream. Slanesh has 4 arms. Look, Slanesh could have more. Slanesh can have as many arms as they want to have. Or as many arms as you want them to have, I should say. You could send me a Conflict 47 Heavy Walker. I appreciate the offer, but I don't need more minis to build. I've got heaps already. I I don't need more being added to the pile. Like, I've got a Helldrake back there. I've got a Forge Fiend. I've got fucking Kairos Fate Weaver. I've got too many things that I need to build. More, no. I can't do it anymore. It's getting too much. The pile of shame grow. It's already spilling onto the floor. It's hard for me to get to my cupboard at the moment, or to get to my wardrobe. Like, I have to step over boxes. It's fucked up. Hello, peeps. Hey, Silver. So you're saying there's still room for more. No, that means that I've already used too much room. That doesn't mean the floor space is not... The floor space is not storage space, please. This Warlord Titan stream, when you die from bleeding out from Nubmaker and alcohol-thinned blood, you'll call me the Titan. Well, you can will me the Titan. You'll be, you're free-handed now. I've had a Nubmaker's honor on my memory. No. That's the worst part about the alcohol Nubmaker stream, is my blood will be so thin. I'll cut myself and it will just bleed everywhere. You know, you can stack GW boxes to the ceiling. Look, that seems way too sketchy. I don't like the idea of the tower of boxes. It's just waiting for something to knock them over, for the house to shake or something like that. Okay, back face here is pretty smooth at this point. Might just smooth... No, that's pretty good. And then we'll smooth the sides. So we'll get a bigger file. And just get going on that edge. We don't want to take it back too much, we just want to get a flat edge to work against. Have more than one stack, you know, so they brace each other. But I like to be able to see all of them. So like, if I stack them, I'd want to make it multiple deep as well, not just one thick against the wall, because otherwise it can just flop outwards, but then I'm not seeing what's stuck behind them. Because I want to have them up on their edge so I can see the front of the box so it looks nice. I don't want to just have like a tower. And they need to be accessible, because if they're not something that I can just grab out of the stack, then I'm never going to paint it. There's a process here. Hey, this is coming along nicely. Just getting all the nice flat edges. We all come together to buy a warlord, then split it between us and do a multi-live stream and build it and paint it, then send it to me to put it together on stream. This sounds incredibly convoluted for just a 1K milestone. Yeah, send it all to me to put together on stream while I'm fucking drunk out of my mind, bleeding everywhere. Just make a mess of everything that everyone's done. Not for 1K when I hit 10K. Ooh. Well, I like that we're looking to the future, Silver. You've got confidence in me. Well, not in just me, in us. We're getting there. I reckon we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Because who knows, maybe by the time we hit 10K, the channel will be popping off so much that 10K won't even be a crazy milestone. Maybe we'll blast straight through it to 20. No shifting the goalposts. He's not. He's looking to the future. Okay. This is looking pretty good at this point. I'll just clean up the top edge a bit. Doesn't need to be filed to flat here. This this top bit will be round, but just smoothing it out a bit because there's a couple of wrinkles in it. No blood for the blood god yet. Nothing yet. I'm not working with my knife at the moment with Nub Maker. This is all files, so it would have to be an impressive slip up to cut myself with a file. Yet, Tiki, yet. Why do you have so little faith in me? What the fuck? I am a responsible young man who has never once cut himself live on stream. Lies. Yeah, for once that was a lie. I absolutely have. Multiple times. Okay. So that's the first horn filed down. I think that's going to be pretty good. So comparing it to the other disgusting one, it's looking pretty good. I think we clean the other one up to be similar, and we should have a decent look going for him. You're going to do a 1K Warlord Titan build stream, and it'll be to build and paint the stream will last till it's finished no matter how long it takes. Holy shit, Silver. That is dedication. Like, I feel like marathon streams are really cool. I do not have the tenacity to do anything like that. At least not yet. I am like, maybe in the future I could bring myself to do a marathon stream. But like, holy moly, I don't think I can stay up for that long. I start getting like brain broken after 4 hours. Accidentally filed like a tiny little groove into it here in the shape of the file, so I need to clean that out now. Otherwise, it's gonna have a bump in the underside of the horn. Paint the knight as House Mortimer. I haven't looked into knight houses yet. I know that I really need to because I've got like, I've pretty much finished the base for him, or like it's time to start painting. So I reckon after I've played some Space Marine this afternoon, I'm going to look into knight house colors. And maybe we'll start the painting of the knight for real this time on Friday. That will make Tiki happy. Does House Mortimer have hazard stripes on it? There are also day houses too. I'm not following. I'm not familiar enough with the knights. Just need to clear all of the milliput from the file because it's starting to block it all up now. But we are getting there. Mortimer is purple and yellow, and it's knights who became gene stealers. Oh, it's actually canonical gene stealer knights. I see. Okay, so I can afford to reduce the amount of milliput on this one by a decent amount. Also need to file out the little bits of milliput that have ended up in the grooves here. I can probably just scrape it out with the tip of the file, honestly. Rather than having to do the back and forth and carve it out. Yeah, because if I try to file it, then I could end up damaging the ridges. Actually, I should have another file in here that has more of a hook on the end. See if I can find where it's gone. There we are. Actually, I think this hook might be a bit too thick to really help with the fine grooves. So it might actually be better off with the tiny little file that I was using. I don't need to get rid of all of it, just enough so that we can keep the definition of the grooves. Got the head, torso, weapon, or head, torso, and weapon shield ready to be cut and put together. Ooh, nice. Don't know how canon it is. It's an official GW thing, but it's from the 1989ish Rogue Trader days and hasn't really been seen since. I see. Ahoy! How you going, brother Titans? Hey, Reese. This is for your Warhound Titan. Silver, is this the big bastard that you're doing, or is this just another one of the mini Titans that you're assembling? Okay, that's looking pretty good on that side. I'll just come through. I know you guys can't really see much changing here, but I can, and I think it'll matter a lot when I come through and apply the primer, because otherwise if I apply the primer as it is now, I think it'll just gum it all up. Standard 40k scale Titan, just under a foot tall. I see. So standard scale, but still a big bastard. All is well and swell, that's the way. Okay, that should be good enough. I can feel the definition of the grooves now, so I can afford to come back through and just start sanding everything again. Well, not sanding, filing. I've seen some videos of like Japanese model hobbyists on YouTube, and they've got this cool little thing that looks like it's shaped like a slingshot, and it's just got a really thin strip of sandpaper running between like the Y piece, and they use it to like get in between between little fiddly bits and just sand them back. Looks really cool. I feel like that would be a very useful tool to have. A jeweler's saw? I don't know if it's a jeweler's saw. But it's like, I don't know what you'd call it, but it's basically just I don't know, this is gonna look terrible, but it's basically just something that's shaped like that, and then just running between these two bits is just a really thin strip of fine sandpaper. So I imagine a jeweler's saw would be more like a hacksaw, like a really tiny hacksaw. But this isn't. It's not a hacksaw. It's an actual, like, I don't know. It's just like a thing. It's a thingo, you know. It's a thingo that sands. Yeah, that should be sanded back enough for that bit. So we'll just smooth out this bit again. It's a small coping saw, but yours doesn't have a sword blade, more of a braided cable. I see, okay. It could well be that then. Yeah, I'm gonna keep saying this. I'm so glad that this shit sands. The early experiences with green stuff were not fun. Man, I'm really scared that while I'm doing this, the end is just going to snap off. It'll just be heartbreaking. Right back, gotta run to the store, need more soda if you're gonna make, if you're gonna smoke balls. You can be motivated to pick up a brush. Okay, okay, I won't stop you. Have fun. Okay, the back edge is probably fine. I might bring it back a bit in this section here. I can glue it if it breaks. Melee powder is better than green stuff in that way. Okay. Yeah, as long as it's not completely doomed if it breaks. There's a file with a more rounded edge. More like a wedge shape. I reckon we want this one here. Anyway, that's better. We're getting that bend in it. We just need to smooth it out now. Green stuff millet pot combo, you're beloved. Yeah, I'll come through and give it a shot when it comes to doing the little spikes. Because it's something I need to learn eventually anyway. And I'll be able to use it to help me blend things together. But I reckon that's good for the inside edge of that one. In fact, that might even be a nicer inside edge than what we've got going here. Yeah, I might actually come back with this file and just see if we can make this a little bit better. Okay, that should be fine. We'll go back to this one now. Because we want to sand down the sides and then do the top part of the spike. Because this one is quite icky. Like we compare the length of the spike and the shape of it on the one on the left to the one on the right, which we've just done. And it's too long and gross. You're using it to scale up an old Terminator right now? I see. Let's see if we can file down the sides of this. Kind of filing the end of my thumb as well while I do this, which isn't the most comfortable. Probably better off doing it like this instead, rather than trying to do the whole length of the horn at once. Also file back this bit that's creeping around the front of the horn at the bottom there. Yeah, it's a bit better. Getting there. There's a lot that needs to be done to flatten this down. You can see that really nasty bump here. They're going to need to pull that all the way back. So much fine dust. Just about there now. I need to file it back a bit more towards the base of the horn now, just so that I can match the thickness of it and the gradient to the lower section, so that it doesn't have a weird bump in the middle. Maybe swap to a smaller file for this. Yeah, I must say, these mini files are actually so helpful. I was not expecting to get as much use out of them as I have gotten. You started doing some of your sanding with an airbrush booth. The less resin plastic dust you can breathe in, the better. I should probably be wearing a mask. I'm not, like, thankfully, I'm not kicking up a huge amount of this. I know in previous streams when I've been sanding a lot of stuff, I have been breathing it in and feeling a bit, like getting a bit of a tickle in the throat. But, it's not flying around as much this time around. If I do start getting that, I'm definitely going to. Like, if it starts going everywhere, I will start, wearing a mask, but it's pretty controlled. Do I keep the mini files in a filing cabinet? Does this box become a filing cabinet by virtue of containing a lot of files? Because if so, then yes. Save the dust, hollow out my rubric marines and pour it in for lore accuracy. For lore accuracy, true. 100% it does? Okay. In which case, yes, I do keep them in a filing cabinet. Oh, that's looking so much better already. Just need to clean up the edge here. Yeah, really liking the flat edge we've got there. It's Space Marine dust, don't breathe this, ancient YouTube lore. If I inhale enough Space Marine dust, do I become a rubric marine? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I am definitely putting a mask on. You know what I was saying about how it's not airborne? It's airborne now. Yeah, fuck that. I just sent all of the dust into the atmosphere there. Alright, yeah, we are in mask mode because I do not want to breathe that shit. Okay, so the shape of this one's going to end up a little different to the first one because the milliput had a bit of a bend in it when it's set on this one. So it's going to have a much sharper point on the end of the horn, but I don't think it should hurt the consistency too much, hurt the visual consistency. They can fly now, they can fly now. This is quite thin compared to our other one. Which means, honestly, we can afford to make this one thinner again. You realized how much it kicked up when your light caught dust in the end. You're like, well, I'm going to go get your respirator. Yeah, that's exactly what happened just then, was I dusted my hands off, and all of it floated up in front of my lamp. And I was like, shit. Yeah, I reckon this horn is pretty good. And we can go back and further clean up the first one. Make it a lot thinner at the top. Actually, what we need to do is we need to round the top edge of this first. There we are, that'll be better. Really like how this one's turning out. I'll zoom it in so you guys can have a bit of a better look at what we've managed. Which I think is much more in line with the horns that we're trying to make. So these are the topmost horns. I think that should turn out quite well. They'll just need to bring the second one, or bring the other one in line with it, because this one's still a bit gross. We can afford to sand back a fair bit more than what we've done so far. Just really give it a point on the end there. If it's better, I reckon we get the big file and we just really cut down that top edge there into a point even more than what we've already got. And then we should be chilling. Live ahriman reaction. Yeah, that's a lot better. I can afford to file down the sides of the main horn a bit more. Oh shit, that just went flying. Okay. I don't want to see what it looks like on camera in the replay. Okay, yeah. We'll just take down a bit more on this edge. Okay, and I think the two big horns are looking pretty good. They're very similar in size. I don't think the that tiny little extra bit on this one is going to matter too much. Yeah, I'm liking it. Next we got the slightly smaller horns. These ones follow the same principle as the big one. Same sort of design, they're just not going to have little spikes on the inside edges. I don't think I'm going to be able to use my big file for these, so it will just be these little ones. Unfortunately, since they're a lot smaller, I'm much more likely to snap bits off them while I try to file them into the right shape. Ow! End of my thumb is starting to burn from the friction. Wait for it. Wait for it. If I manage to file away enough skin to draw blood, that will be fucked up. That will actually be fucked up. I feel like that'd be the most painful kind of cut to get. Just like filing away your skin. I feel like it would hurt so much. It'd just be this weeping sore. Would not be fun. 3 red speed paint. I don't need blood making it harder to see what I'm trying to work with here. Also, would the blood like activate the milliput dust and like make plaster form on my thumb? These are the real questions. Instant plaster cast. That'd be crazy. That'd be awesome. Once drilled through a plastic bit straight into the end of your finger. Yikes. Yeah, thankfully, I have yet to have an encounter with a drill bit. I've yet to drill into my hands. Yeah, I've been witness to my dad drilling into his thumb before, and it seems so bad. Yeah, I think that one can stay off the bucket list. I don't need to experience that. Was new and very sharp. Nice, you sound really proud of that. You're back and ready to get stoned. I'm happy for you, Francois. Yeah, these smaller horns are definitely going to be the most painful part of this stream. Just sanding them back to be the right shape without snapping them to pieces. Especially because, like, I like... Stupid me in the past managed to wrap the melee part pretty much around the front of the horns. You usually have to put a fair bit of pressure on with the old bit, while the new ones are great. It went straight through way quicker than you were anticipating. Yeah, that can that's like with when I swap over from an old knife blade to a new one, and it just chops straight through the shit. Very easy to overswing and catch yourself. It's too hard to paint this many hours straight without caffeine and weed. Yeah, I can understand that. The caffeine part, at least, I can understand. Never really been a consumer of the devil's lettuce, so no, yeah, I can't comment on that front. Yeah, I do have some friends who are weed enjoyers, and yeah, just not up my alley. You don't appreciate the dilated eyes letting in more light. Nah, just, I don't know. Never really been on my radar, and I think I've mentioned this before. I've got a family history of schizophrenia, so I don't want to take any chances. But even without the family history, I don't know, it just doesn't really appeal, doesn't appeal to me that much. I'm a pretty boring guy. I like at the boys around, like at the meetups, the get-togethers, I just like to sit on a beer and just talk to people. Not super huge on the other stuff. You and me, Ian. How you going, Sanji? In your family, 4 of your siblings have tried weed, and of those, 3 suffer from panic attacks during, and 1 is chill, so you don't like your odds? I see. What do you think? I'm not very social, you've never seen you sober. I made no comment on how social you were or not. I was just saying that, hey, like, because I know that weed can be a very social thing as well. Just not up my alley. How goes the kitbash? Getting there. Getting there. We're just filing down the milliput bits that we'd made last time. And so then we should just be able to put it all together, hopefully, and prime it. I'm waiting to get some magnets and a hobby drill set for your 2 captains. Yeah, I've got a shitload of magnets. I've considered getting a hobby drill. But I just don't really see a need for them at the moment. You do this thing called whatever the voices tell you to do. Brother of Titans, as long as the voices seem to care about you, I think it might be okay. If the voices don't have your well-being in mind, then I'd tell them to fuck off. Hey, sorry you're late. Hey, Chaos, how you going? You good? That's good. The voices demand you pet your cat. That seems pretty aight. I mean, yeah, there's not a whole lot that can go wrong there. Unless your cat's an asshole, in which case the voices have got it out for you. Made good progress on your dread, legs glued on and base finally done. We'll go on the body tonight and finish the arms later. Nice! Also, hobby drill is 100% worth it. You adore this thing? Yeah, I just don't really know what I'd use it for at this stage, like, because I don't do a lot of magnetizing. Like, the only magnets that I've really used so far are just for the bottoms of my bases, so that I can stick them to jar lids to work on them easier. Or, when I moved home from Japan, I had a big metal, cookie box, and I stuck them all to the inside walls of that, and most of my minis survived without much issue. I just had, like, one of the big ones wasn't glued down to the base properly, so it fell off the base. But the base stayed stuck to the wall just fine. Think you're getting some Grey Knights, your true favorite chapter, Chaos? It seems like your interests drift around quite frequently. No judgment here or anything. Useful barrels, pinning, sanding, and battle damage. Oh, battle damage. I hadn't actually thought about that. Just getting like the tiny little pock marks. That's actually an interesting one. That is something I would use it for. Not a big fan of drinking alcohol because you used to grow up in a Christian Christian household. Yeah, I can see that as well. Like, my parents have always drunk a fair bit just because they have very stressful jobs and stuff, and so that's just how they unwind. But, I feel like that might have been an opposite thing for me, where I've seen it happening, and I'm like, I'd say they're cool. It helps them. I don't think I need to drink a lot, though. Not up my alley. I think everyone's surroundings have an influence on them in some way. Works great for tanks especially. Oh, I could see that as well, yeah. Inherited your dad's liver. His must be made of iron to still be alive today. Also the reason you don't drink often. Right, yeah. Me, I don't think I inherited either of my parents' liver. I inherited some fucking genetic defect that gives me just abnormally high iron, and so I need to give blood every now and then. I've only found this out like a month or two ago. But it's like, man, because because I was getting like gene tests at the doctor, and they're like, you know, you've got this thing, which there are two ways that you can get high iron. There are two particular genes that can mutate, and you got the uncommon one, so we don't really know how this works. But you are prone to liver disease later in life if you don't frequently give if you don't frequently give blood. It's like, awesome, yay. I played the masterpiece that is Hollow Knight. I've played it, I haven't finished it. I got about as far as the point where you I got up to the Mantis Village before I took a break, and I haven't gotten back into it. But yeah, absolutely awesome game. Iron liver within, alcohol, well, also alcohol within. Keep it all within. Gene test sounds like gene stealer cults to me. No. Look, I can say with confidence that they didn't throw up any any Tyranid genetic information. I'm chilling. I'm fine. I promise. Drinking is okay, but you can get in a lot of trouble and ruin your body. Yeah, like I think that's the main thing is, I think that drinking is fine in moderation, but it's like, it's a thing where you need to be careful with it because it can very easily become an addiction without you really noticing. Because it's just really expensive as well, at least in Australia. Australia is really big on trying to, like, the government has a lot of really big taxes on things like alcohol and cigarettes to try to make it inaccessible. And it works for the most part, but the issue is once people are really addicted to that sort of shit, it doesn't really stop them. It just means that not only are they addicted to alcohol and or cigarettes, they're also just spending all of their money on it, which is really bad. Because it's like, in Australia, a 6-pack of beers goes for like $25 or $30. And I know that, like, when I was in Japan, that shit was dirt cheap. That was insane. And all my European friends in the dorm as well were talking about how, like, I'd mentioned how expensive alcohol was in Australia, and they were like, what the fuck? But yeah, because I remember in Japan, there was like some insane shit where in the convenience store, you could get a bottle of Jack Daniels for like 3,000 or 4,000 yen, which is the equivalent of like 45, 50 Australian dollars. Maybe it was like 3,000 yen, so like 40 Australian dollars, which is insane to me. I've fallen behind on chat. Where was I? Oh yeah, feel the same about little plastic space vent. Look, that is my addiction. My wallet belongs to GW. I've steered clear of the substance abuse and fallen right into the trap of plastic crack. Although I say I've steered clear of the substance abuse, but in the past few months I've discovered coffee. That shit is magical. Holy. $17 US, 6-pack of bottled beer is like $13 US. Yeah, so $13 US, I'm just gonna take a stab in the dark, probably around about 20 to 22 Australian dollars. A 6-pack of bottled beers in Australia starts at like 25 for like the dirt cheap shit, and you're generally looking at 30 to 35 Australian dollars. If you're brave or stupid, you can get canned beer for less. Yeah, I mean, that's always how it is, isn't it? You run a coffee shop using one addiction to fund the other. Nice. Yeah, because like I've never been like a huge coffee guy, but I've had it intermittently. But past couple of months, I've become I've become someone who just needs coffee in the morning. I'm dependent. It's fucked. What am I filing down right now? I'm filing down the horns for his head. So hang on, I'll just pull up the little reference image. Because see how he's got 6 horns on his head? I'll make it a bit bigger. So we've done the big ones up the top. So these are the main ones. And now this is the second layer of horns. It's going to be there, filing that down. And then there are a couple of really tiny ones that kind of hook around his jaw, which we're going to do at the end. Actually, the one... Yeah, which are these ones here? discovered coffee recently. Well, I mean, how old am I? Look, I'm 24. I say discovered recently. It's not my first time having coffee, but it's just like I've become dependent on it recently. I'm smoothing the inner side. I am. I'm flattening the brass-colored panels of them. You can feel that first cup in the morning entering your limbs like Popeye eating a can of spinach. That's a very visual way of describing the effects of coffee on your body in the morning. I've been living under a rock if I discovered coffee. And so I say I've discovered coffee. It's not like I'd never had it before. It's just like I'd never really been like a frequent coffee in the morning kind of guy. But it's like, because I normally when I get up, I just get up before work and I just go into work like a fucking zombie, and I'll wake up in the first hour, and then if I don't have work on a particular day, I would just sleep in until like 12 or 1, and it was just fucked. And so I was like, I need to be productive, and so I just started having coffee in the morning, and it just helps me actually wake up and do shit. Never tried coffee or tea, to be honest. I'd say tea is a really nice thin end of the wedge. It's just tasty. Like, the taste of coffee isn't for everyone. The taste of tea is pretty hard to dislike. In order to appreciate coffee, one must not change their coffee filter for a week. Just add 1 scoop of fresh grounds daily. Don't wash your coffee cup. Don't use sugar or cream. Repeat for 18 months. Jesus. Yeah, at that point, you should just eat the coffee beans. Just mouthful of water. Get a handful of coffee beans. Just chomp them. Grind them up. Just raw dog in reality. Jesus. Raw dog it extra hard, only drink water, rum, and whiskey. Yeah, I've never been a huge rum guy, but I've had like some really nice spiced rum cocktails recently, and it's so good. That's like, I'm not a huge drinker, but I can really, I really like, I can appreciate spirits. Because they're the sort of thing that you can just sit on and just enjoy. Rum and coffee works well. Interesting. Yeah, because I've had espresso martinis before, and they're quite nice. I haven't thought about rum and coffee, though. Chocolate-covered espresso beans are amazing. The possibilities of coffee are much broader than I had imagined. This is a whole new world that I've opened up to myself by mentioning coffee in here. Not a fan of beer, and the only thing you can tolerate is spirits. And I mean, the best part about spirits is the cleaner the alcohol, the less harsh it is on your liver anyway, because you don't have all that extra shit in there. pub across the road from your cafe usually has a nice selection. And sometimes they have a coffee porter, which is very nice. Cool, yeah. I wish that the, like, an issue that I have with living in Australia, or at least, maybe it's not just living in Australia, it's specifically living in the suburbs. It means it's just such a pain to have, like, nice, cool little community centers, because everything is so far away. So it's like, in order to get cool stuff, you need to, like, bus into, like, the shopping center or something like that, and it's, I know, it's a bit of a pain, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm train pilled from going to Japan and living there for a year. I miss just being able to go anywhere and have shit just, like, within arm's reach all the time. You're pissed there when you moved flights, somehow you managed to lose 4 bottles of rum you had. Oh, that sucks. I would be angry as well, because I've got some really nice bottles of gin, which I like to just crack out every now and then, just have a bottle or have a glass from each of them. Well, not from each of them in sequence, but like every now and then I'll just choose one and have a glass of gin from that. And I would not be happy if I just found that I'd lost a few of them. Hey, I think should be pretty much done for this horn. We've done the 2 side horns, or the 2 smaller ones. Actually, have we done this one? Yes. Although, I think I might need to just file into this a bit, because it's a bit fat there. So I just need to cut it back a little bit. Did I manage to finish the Dark Angels? If I said almost, would you believe me? Weed, cigarettes, and caffeine. If you could wish there was one you never started, it'd be caffeine. Really? I would have thought that caffeine would be one of the ones to stay. No, you still have to do the bases for them as well. Fuck, so why do you ask when you know where I'm at? Why do you ask when you already know the answer? No, he did not finish the Dark Angels. Did I finish weathering them at least? Would you believe me if I said kind of? To a degree? I mean, I've got them handy. I can show you where we're at. I've got them right here. Like, just there. One sec. I could pick one. I will just pick one. Just need to get all this fucking dust off my hands. Man, look at that. Look at that. That's a Dark Angel. He's pretty much completely weathered. He just needs a base now. Like, I'm really happy with how they're turning out. I've done half of them to this standard. So they just need bases. For the ones that I've done like this, they just need the bases done. Yeah. So 5 of 10 are to this level, and then the rest are still like this. So we're getting there. So I just need to do the, I just need to get the remaining 5, which are like this, to look like this. And then we'll be able to, then it's just basing them. So it's going pretty well. We're getting there. Finally. I'm quite happy with them. They no longer look salamander green, which is what I'm happy about. They actually are darker. Yeah. They're looking great, thank you. It's been a long time coming. I've been working on them for way longer than I should have been. That's the fun in it. It is. And I feel like the more time you spend working on any individual mini, the more you learn. Because I'm definitely going to be a better painter coming out the other side of the Dark Angels. Have I thought of base design? Not yet. I'm considering potentially doing them in the same base style as the Knight. Just to a lesser degree on the OSL. But the same sort of theme, so like Tzeentch Demon World, because then I can sort of, and then I can potentially line up the color scheme of the Knight to fit in with the Dark Angels, and then I can have them sort of fit together on a diorama. Or the more you want to end it all. Look, I definitely learn more, but I do also get closer and closer to the edge every stream that I do with those fucking Dark Angels where I title it Final, and I know it's not final. With a river on a base that small would be torture? I don't think so, honestly, because I feel like what you can do is you can just plot it out with, like, you can just do, like, little cracks running through. I don't think it'd actually be that bad. They only need like a single crack going through their base, or 2 cracks. They'd only need like 1 crack and a fake rock or anything like that. Good morning / evening. How you going, Mark? Teach me how to get the effect I want. Yeah, I might call on your expertise when we get to that. Because basically what I was thinking of was, actually, honestly, OSL probably won't be too hard to do with these guys, because their legs are pretty dark anyway, so it shouldn't be too hard to get a little bit of purple glow just on the lower parts of their ankles. So I could probably honestly quite easily get them into the same sort of theme as the Knight that we're working on. I'd be on the more reserved side for the OSL, of course. But yeah. Don't do the lava on those guys. We've already glued them to the bases. If you want to match them, just go with the bluish rock. Also, they're not actually glued down. They're just pinned in, so I can just push that out. They're not glued down. They've just got a pin in the foot, so I can very easily remove them from their bases. Okay, that's one of the ones that goes around the jaw. No, but yeah, they're only held in by this little pin here, so I can just push them out like that. Like even just with that, his foot lifted slightly off the ground. So I'm very free to do whatever I want with the bases. Yeah, pull them off and build my cork rocks and skulls and shit. Yeah. And I want to do like the cork and have little cracks running between, just maybe 1 or 2 splits in the cork underneath, like between their legs. Not gonna go overboard like I did with the Titan, or not Titan. It's not a Titan. We had the Knight space, but still, yeah, just enough to tie them in. And then I probably just manually build up the pink magic effect in the base with a brush rather than using the airbrush. Just glaze the different colors together. Titan coming up next. Yeah, no, it was a misspeak. That wasn't a Freudian slip. I just said the wrong word. I promise. I am not touching a Titan. We've already established this. Titan is 10,000 subscribers. Not all lava has to go through their legs. Then you can have guys standing at the edge of a lava flow or behind them and to backlight him. Oh yeah, of course. I'm not gonna do them all as the same thing, but I just mean like for dynamic stuff, I will have like things like it going between their legs. I don't want them all to be on the exact same base. Gotta go get 10k bots. Please don't. You will break my heart. If I hit 10k and they are bots, I will actually be so sad. Like, if I get to 10k and my stream, like, each stream still only has, like, 8 to 10 people watching, I will be so sad. Now 10k in a few months, you see it. I like your confidence. I'm not sure if I can emulate that confidence, but we'll see how we go. I think that once we start getting the like video uploads going, I think the channel should grow a bit quicker. So I just need to really get on top of that. Magnus at 1k. At the rate that this is going, we won't get to Magnus until 1k for sure. No, I want to do Magnus after ahriman. Base should contrast with the model ideally. Your Dark Angels are on Jade Stone, White Metal, and Grey Mud. Yeah. That's why I feel like having the bright color of the I feel like having the bright color from the Tzeentch base underneath the Dark Angels would work quite well. Yeah, so I think that this would go quite well with the Dark Angels, where it does sort of stand out underneath them. I think that this can be cool. Where are we? Okay, we've done all of the horns now. So, all 6 horns are done. What we need now is... the main things are the staff and the shoulder pads. Now, for the shoulders, one of them needs to have a ram skull on it. I don't remember which one I was going to put the ram skull on. Going to have one shoulder pad there. And one here. I may have flipped them around. I think perhaps this is the one that's meant to go here. Gonna get back to painting. Would love to have the body done by the end of tonight. Righto. Best of luck with that, brother. I think this is meant to go like this. I think this guy's shoulder pads are wider than they are tall. Because the pin would either go in like this, or like this. Actually, no, I think they're taller than they are wide. I think that's how it's meant to sit. I need a heat gun or something to really soften this. Or actually, would I be able to... I might be able to use plastic cement on the back of the ram horns just to soften it enough to bend it without fearing it snapping. I'm gonna try that. It could make an absolute mess of it. So, just in case it's an absolute nightmare, I'm going to be very gentle with it. Just a tiny little bit of plastic cement to soften it. Not too much. And just on the backs of the horns where I want to bend it. It's like there. There. We'll just see if this is enough to help it warp. I understand the plastic cement isn't going to make it stick to this. I'm just doing this to try to help warp the ram skull into the shape of the pauldron. Any other suggestions for how to bend this to mold around the pauldron? Because I'm not sure. I'm struggling. Like, do I just need to crack out Nub Maker and just make some tiny incisions on the inside edge of this? Where even is Nub Maker? There he is. Hot water could work. Oh yeah, actually. Might be a good idea. I'll just try some small incisions. I know already that you guys are at the edge of your seats here waiting for me to cut my finger. You sculpt your own? I'm not sculpting my own ram skull. We tried that and it was atrocious. Yeah, I'll just use Nub Maker just to carve out little grooves here so that the horns have a bit of movement. And if that doesn't work, we'll go hot water. Wait for it. Wait for it. I don't like this new rendition of Korn where he just sits there with bated breath waiting for people to draw the blood accidentally rather than going out and doing it himself. He's just some annoying guy in the background just waiting for people to hurt themselves. It's like waiting for an EDM beat drop. Nub Maker. You think you get it? It's pretty self-explanatory. This is Nub Maker. I'm not sure if you were there for it, but Brother of Titans, I am notorious for cutting my fingers on stream. My blade has bloodstains on it. Like, I don't know if you can see how well it's showing up. Those bits that look like rust, that is not rust, that is blood. Like you can see on the end here, this slightly darker patch. Right here. Well, right there, that is dried blood. The blood god, please no. I am being so careful. I know that if I slip, I'm just giving you guys what you want. I need to remain in control here. Okay, how does this go now? Yeah, I can feel a lot more movement in this already. We'll see how we go with this. Do not deny your weapon its purpose. Come on, not you too. Okay, I think we can afford to try to glue this down now. Yeah, it seals pretty well at the top. Let's get our super glue out and see if we can glue it down. Okay. Now I'm ready to glue my fingers to it as well. I've already glued my fingers. Oh my. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. Ow. 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 It's all over. It is so doomed, guys. It is so doomed. I don't think this is gonna work. This isn't gonna work. This is really bad. That does not look good. Honestly, I think I can probably get some sprue goo in the back there and just build it up and make it look as though it's fine, but I can see it lifting off, which is the issue. I think it's stuck on pretty firm. In terms of actually getting it to stick, we've done well. And I think I can build it up to make it look like it's a full-bodied skull. It's not over yet, brother. You still have another solution. What is this other solution you speak of? Because I think that, warp fuckery, it always works on chaos models and orcs. Look, I think this is fine. I think we can fix it. We just get a little bit of sprue goo, and we build up underneath so that it, so that we can have this, look as though it's full-bodied. We just need to build it up in a few layers. Oh, that's a big drop. We don't want that. Sad corn noises. Happy me noises. Thank God. I've ever made recasts with blue stuff. What is blue stuff? I've never heard. No, I haven't. I'm familiar with green stuff. I was not aware that there is also blue stuff. Okay, now we'll just put this down and let it set. And see how that goes. Can pull out mostly cured molds of icons and curve them to proper shape. I see. Well, I think that maybe with the sprue goo, we might just be able to fill up the bottom edge and make it look more like it's just standing off without having a gap underneath. And if that doesn't work, we can always just jam a bit of milliput in underneath. While we wait for that, there's the other shoulder pad, which I have managed to finally find a reference for what the other shoulder pad looks like, because in most of the photos that I found, like this one, you cannot actually see what is on his back shoulder pad there. I have found it though. It is an eye. It's just a single eye. In a bit of a wacko shape. And for that, we will need some putty to mold it. So, what I'm first going to do is just clean up some of the old shit here. clean up anything on the inside here, just so that it doesn't interfere with how the model, or how the shoulder pad goes onto the model. Just first things first. Blue stuff is a reusable rubbery material you heat up in water and press bits into to make molds. I see. I could just paint it. Francois, you think I'm just gonna paint it after all this effort? Is basically the eye is here, let's figure out the angle. Want the shoulder be higher than it is long. So I believe it'll be like this. Actually, no, it should be like this. Yeah, it'll be like this, and so the eye shape is kind of like this, like it has a point down here. Also, the reason I'm not going to just paint it, Francois, is because I have zero confidence in my ability to freehand paint shit, and you can see the how terrible my sketching is on this rounded surface. There is no way in hell I am making a good a good painted eye. Or honestly, I'm thinking I'm not going to be able to mold that shit with with any putty. I think I will just have to try to freehand it. Fuck. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. What I will do is I'll build up the edges of the pauldrons with the putty, just to give them rims. But I'm not looking forward to this. Oh, so we're expecting all-out top. We'd expect all-out top-tier efforts with sculpting. How good things all I've done to that knight is prime it. Look, I am not sculpting the knight. I am not. I am not. I am not. I will not. I am a path of least resistance kind of guy. This is an experimental mini. This is me fucking around and finding out, and I've done a lot of finding out. So, I'm thinking, let's get our milliput and green stuff ready. And let's make a 50-50 mix. We won't need a lot of it. So where's the blade we used to cut this shit? That's this fella here. Yeah, we won't need a huge amount. I know I'm saying this, and I know that I'm going to end up with a heap of excess. This is already a huge amount that I've just started to cut. Yeah, this is still going to end up with way too much. A little bit more to get the mix right. I think a teeny bit more again. About half this. There we are. And then equal parts green stuff. Probably about this much. I think a little bit more green stuff. We get about that much catalyst. And then about that much green shit. Okay, this feels so wrong. This feels terrible. I feel like I am sinning right now. Like, I am not Christian, but this feels like a sin. Honestly, though, the consistency is really nice now. It started off feeling horrible, but it's becoming quite nice quite quickly. Heresy is a pathway to many abilities some would consider to be unnatural. It kind of has, like, the consistency of chewing gum. It's quite odd. I don't like that I am enjoying this sensation. This feels really weird. If it turns out that this sands really nicely, then I feel like I'm going to use this mixture a lot. Like, if this is sandable, then I'm going to use this a lot. Because the working with it is so much nicer than just working with pure milliput. Like, it doesn't just get everywhere. One sec. Just taking my mask off because I think all of the fine particles have settled, and the mask was getting a bit uncomfortable on my ears. Water will let me easily shape it, but adding too much will start to break down the milliput part. I see. Well, now we've got a couple of things that we want to do with this while it's workable. First up, we want to see if we can make some tiny little spikes to go up the inside of the helmet spikes here. Now, there are, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 tiny spikes to go up the inside edge of the helmet. And we'll roll this into a thick ball as quickly as we can so that it doesn't set as quickly. And what we'll do is, I think we'll try roll it out. And then we'll get our blade. And we'll cut a nice little rectangle to work from. And now we want to cut 8 little things from this. We go like 1. Ooh. I just picked up... Where did the other little one that I cut off go? Ah, it's on my thumb. Three... Four... I don't know how useful these are going to be. This is my first attempt. Five. Please stop sticking to my finger. Please stop sticking to my finger. Six. 7. 8. And we got 1 spare. Okay, so got 1 stuck to my finger, so we'll try to use this first. Shit. That did not work well. I just flattened it almost immediately. I'll try to use a wet knife blade just to sculpt it back up. I'll just put my thumbnail down. Maybe I'll get a bit of moisture on my thumbnail as well, just so it doesn't stick. And then we'll just try to pinch it back up. Shit. I think what I should do is just wet fingers. And then just roll it and plant it. And pinch it down. And that's probably fine. It's 1. Oh, I'm making such a mess. What are the 8 things where you heard something failed but wasn't watching? I cut out 8 little tiny pieces of green stuff milliput to make these little spikes for the inside edges of the horns. I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna make it look good. Oh, I just turned that one into a smear on my fingers. I don't think I'm using that anymore. Okay. Rather than trying to keep the triangular shape, let's just try to get something on there in the first place. Here's one. Just plant it down there. This looks like torture. This feels like torture. The issue is my finger is bigger than the gap between them, so it's really hard to sculpt them up. There's two. Oh, my fingers are getting a bit dry. Use the back of the knife for in between the spikes. I tried that, and even with the knife being slightly damp, they just stuck to it and then just turned into smear. It's 3. I think this one needs to slide up slightly, unfortunately. There we go, that's better. And then just need a small one for the top. Need to dampen my fingers again. There's 4-ish. There's kind of 4. They're not the nicest shapes. But they're there. I just need to hope that they stick. Now I just need to do that again. If I can make them as bits and attach them later, that'd be a sculpting option as well. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Unfortunately, I've committed to this for the time being, and I am notorious for ignoring your advice and then just coming back later and doing what you told me to do 3 streams later. Because I need to make all these mistakes so that I know why you're suggesting doing it differently. There's a first one. This one's a bit small. Might just combine it with a extra little bit here. There's one. There's two. No! It bent over. Fuck. No! Please! Why is it sticking to the blade? The blade's wet. And a crab claw? What's going on with the crab claw? Okay, there we are. That's good. No! Why I say that's good and then it immediately detaches. Okay, that's good. I'm not touching it anymore. I'm not touching it anymore. I'm actively trying to touch it still. Okay, next. Never say anything is good. The instant you say something is good, it falls apart. Okay, I think that is serviceable. And then we just need a tiny little bit. Like this little size section here. For part number 4. Yeah. It's mostly alright. Ish. Kind of. Maybe. We'll see. I'll leave those to set. And we can get to work on the pauldrons. Because we just want to give the pauldrons some nice little rims to them. And we'll probably put a bit of this, we'll jam a bit of this in underneath the lamb skull, or the ram skull, because the sprue goo that I put in there is not looking too pretty. So we'll get a section about this long. And roll it out. Let's take this bit here. And probably want to halve this, roughly. Like halve it thickness-wise. I'll just set it down on the table, on the cutting mat. Get our knife blade. Wet it. And just see if we can guillotine this in half. That went a lot worse than I was hoping. But let's just go with this section that we've got here. We'll see when it comes to paint, which is harder, freehand painting an eye or the warp abomination I've sculpted. Dead taker chances with the freehand at that point. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try freehand the eye, because I'm realizing that trying to sculpt the eye would be fucked up beyond belief. Shit. Is the thumbnail for the stream how everything was looking at the start. The thumbnail, that's actually halfway through the surgery. But yeah, it definitely, the mini looks more complete in the thumbnail than it does now, doesn't it? Yeah, I have done some horrible things to this poor mini. Some truly terrible things. You just witnessed a snap your nephew put up using the word snazzy. You have faith in him now. I mean, snazzy is a good word. No! Why is it all sticking when my thumbs are wet? Oh, it's so bad. It is so bad. Oh, it's so bad. No! Oh. I hate green stuff. I hate green stuff. I hate green stuff. Fuck! It's too sticky. It's too sticky, guys. I can't do this anymore. You know what the worst part is? Once I get this done, I'm gonna have to do it again for the other shoulder. Okay, I think we're off to a better... We're doing better this time. This one's gonna be good. I have a good feeling about this. Because if I don't have a good feeling about this, then I'm going to be in a bad place mentally. I need to tell myself that this is gonna work out. No. It lifted. Please. Stay down. Please. Okay, okay. No, please don't pull up. It's tearing. Fuck. Okay, it's not bad. Okay. I think we're there. I think we've got it. Just got back from cleaning your room. Am I molding stuff myself? We do not call this molding stuff. This is some kind of self-abuse. This is self-harm. No, it's stuck to my thumb. Please, just stay in shape. Stay in shape, please. Okay, can I put it down? Can I put it down? Ugh. I don't think it's horrendous. We just zoom in on that. I don't think it's the worst. It has a rim now. Now we just need to do it again. This time with more things in the way. First up, let's jam some of this stuff underneath the ram skull. All hail Slanesh. This is the not fun kind of excess we've got going here. This is an excess of sadness. Oh, whoops, I'll zoom this out a little bit just so we can see what's happening. Okay, I think that's good. That's pretty good. We just need to do that the whole way around. So just roll this out into a noodle. And then just... Why is it sticking to me and not the model? Please, just stay on. Stop! Please! It's not transferring off my thumb. It's just turned into a smear on the side of my thumb. Joke's on you, Slanesh is into that shit. I ain't though. I ain't. I'm not into this shit. Yeah, that's better. That's pretty good. Just need to go around the whole thing like that. Slanesh loves for me to seek perfection and fail in my finding it in anything but Slanesh. Well, I'm not going to turn to Slanesh for it, because that's just giving them what they want. I will continue to search for perfection and never find it. I think I can probably put a little bit more of this green shit under the right horn. I'm no longer referring to green stuff as green stuff. It's green shit. It's not worth it. It has lost my respect. The pain this shit has brought me. If I prayed to the Emperor yet today, maybe his holy forearms will embrace me and heard the blessing of craftsmanship. True. I just need to clasp my spare arms together in prayer while I do this. Is that a cool model? Yeah, but you can make it better. All hail Slanesh. The issue, though, Francois, is I have actively made this model worse. This model would have been so much cooler if I had just built it the way they had intended to. But I am fucking stupid. This is hubris. But, you know, hubris is the most ahriman thing there is, so actually it's all worked out. It's on brand for the content. This mini truly is my rubric. I'm wielding greater power than I can handle. Now, we just need to give the... I just need to do the really painful shit that I'd done here. Noodle time. Okay, we're almost long enough, I reckon, to go all the way around the edge. Maybe if we're lucky, we can do it all in one piece, and then we don't need to worry about stitching bits together. Just need to moisten it the whole way along. Let's see how we go. Okay. Start at this corner. Oh wait, no, shit. I forgot that I need to clean up this edge. Fuck. The One Piece! The One Piece is real! Okay, so just need to... it's sticking to my fingers already. Not good. Not what we want. Okay. Back edge mostly done? Maybe? Stop sticking to my fingers, please. Then we bend it around the front. Please. Please. No, it's coming up. Now, while I have workable green part, do a Google image search of cod piece with big dick to see a factual historical references of knightly cod pieces. I have seen them. They're quite funny. No matter what age we are in, flexing on someone that your dick is bigger than theirs will always be a thing. How goes it? Brother, it's not going. It is going horrendously. I am I am close to the edge right now. I'm about to do something terrible if this doesn't work out. It's so bad. It's so bad. No, it's so horrible. It's hideous. I can't do it. I'm just ripping it off. Fuck that. I'm laying down the law. This shoulder pad does not have a rim. It's a blank shoulder pad with a ram's skull on it, and no one can tell me otherwise. Fuck that. I'll just paint the outside edge of it gold to keep the theme. But fuck that. I'll file this to be nice and smooth. But I am not trying to build a rim to that. I'm done. I am calling it. Yeah, I tried. It's easier if you put on too much and cut away the excess. I just didn't want the too much to fuse with the stuff that I've got underneath the horns as well. And the issue, I was already working with too much. I had way too much there to begin with. It just, none of it was sticking. And I think with the proximity to the skull as well, there's just no way that I was going to make it look good. It was either going to be way too chunky or way too cluttered. I don't listen to suggestions. I need peer pressure. Chill. I think I'm quite good at listening to suggestions. When I feel like it. I just may not feel like listening to them very often. You need to add rather than cut away excess. Maybe pure green stuff is better because it's stickier. Do not suggest pure green stuff to me. I refuse to deal with that shit anymore. Nubmaker, go chill. What is with you guys? Mishaps aside, it looks good. You're off to bed. I like the way you covered your bases there. Mishaps aside, it's all mishaps, brother. Righto. Thanks for hopping in. Good night. Oh, I just ripped up that shit that was underneath the horn. Fuck. Wait for it. Wait for it. Corn's been waiting patiently for a while. He knows what's coming. He... Happy little mishaps. Thank you, Bob Ross. Gonna be a bunch if he gets that relic blade under the thumbnail. Fuck! Don't. Oh, I did not need that mental image. That would be horrible. Holy shit. Yikes. Okay, I think as far as this one goes, we're pretty good. I'm just going to clean out any of the grooves on the skull that I want to keep defined. How did we go before you left the chat? It's going well. I'm not doing the rim on this one, we've decided. Oh, how far did we go? I don't know exactly when you left. But we've, if you've been gone a few hours, then, hang on, yeah, what we did was, we sculpted the little spikes to go on the insides of the horns. We finished sanding all the horns, and then I've made a terrible rim for one of the pauldrons, which we'll then clean up once it's set. And then I tried to make a rim for the other pauldron. It didn't work, so this one's just going to be blank. And I put some green shit underneath the ram skull to make it not look terrible. Won't be O-type in Australia. It's a Native American type, blood type mostly. Are we sure? Because I feel like there are a few, like, I feel like when I was in Japan, O-type blood was a very big thing. Because Japan's like, Japanese people are crazy about blood type. It's like, they have like a lot of stuff with like super, like horoscopes and blood types and like personality shit. It's really weird. But O-type is a very common thing that they refer to. So I imagine you'd probably see it a bit in Australia as well. It could just be that Native Americans have a lot of, like, Native Americans tend to trend heavily towards it. What can we do now? Staff. Okay, now we just need to get the staff to be staff-like. So, Francois, you had suggested we split the spike, in line with the crossbar of the staff. Was that it? So we set it at the angle we want, and then we split it parallel to the crossbar. So we would be setting it like that. And then we would essentially split it like there, like that. Is this what we are suggesting? People talk about it because it's rare and valuable as universal donors. Right, right, right. Okay. I'm gonna cut it. Yes. Well, I am known for only making mistakes, so we're gonna cut it. So we set up the crossbar in line with that. And we'll set this up like that. And we want to cut it here. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's rolling. Okay, we need to make sure this is nice and secure. Okay. If this is fucked, we can always just get a, we can always just get another horn from the skulls kit. But I think that's good. That's good. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Ghost Loff, I have questions. Chat has lag on my Australian net. Yep, no, all good. I trust your judgment, and it's worked out pretty well. So we can use a bit of plastic cement to glue that together, and then once it's set, we can carve back the little bits of excess. So, just like that. Just get a teeny bit of plastic cement around the edges there just to seal it. But that's good. I'm very happy with that. That's good. That's really good. If I want the curve, if I want a better curve and for it to be seamless, put 2 mil apart and use putty to fill the gap. I am happy with how it is, and I do not want to work with putty more than I have to. If I'm being perfectly honest with you. For me, near enough is good enough. We'll just set this up at the same height. Bring this fella in. The way we had done that was about that angle there. Then we hold that in place, line it up, and boinga. Awesome. I've got plenty made up on my desk. I do, but that does not mean that I want to work with it. I will probably need a little bit of putty for this one because the angle I cut it at is a little off. As you can see, there's a little bit of a gap there. Just need to get the right angle. Yeah, because there's a little chip out of it there. Nice making kangaroo noses boinga. Surely boinga is not like a unique thing to me. I can't be the only one who goes boinga. Don't use just putty, pin it and gap fill it. Or I'll pin it and gap fill it. Well, I mean, I like taking shortcuts. What I can do is I can put the tiniest little bit of super glue in there. Make some ungodly concoction. of putty and glue that just goes in there and sets hard. A lot of people say boinga boinga when imitating a kangaroo to children. Really? This is the first I've heard of this. Like, I could see boing boing, but not boinga. Hell no. Is this to the boinga boinga, or is this to me putting glue in the, mixing glue with the putty? I don't have a pin drill yet. I'll need to get one and a box of safety pins. Yeah, I don't have a, I don't pin things, because I don't have a little hobby drill or anything like that. Yeah, he's saying hell no to the boinga, okay. There's some division in the chat. Okay, I think this is going to be really good. Because now we've got... That's going to be so good. So now we just need to set this at the right angle. Glue them on. And then we are chilling. So we'll have some more of the putty here to help us set up these at the angle we want them to be. And then we can, I think, then we can start priming all the bits. We'll probably want to glue the horns onto his head beforehand. Boing is more of a rabbit thing. The hops are not as big, thus they get one less syllable. There's a science to this. But surely you could just make the boings for, like, the boing for a rabbit is boing boing boing, but then the boing for a kangaroo is boing boing boing. Like, surely you just deliver the boing differently. think this is looking pretty good. I'm pretty okay with the angle we've got for these. So now I just want to clean up the bits of green shit that we're using to join this all together. So I'll get a wet knife blade and I will just start tooling it. Be nice and smooth. You think that's for bigger than a roo, like a dragon or a yeti? Do dragons and yetis go boing? It looks amazing, brother. Thank you. I'm hoping that it will stay looking amazing. But it's a very long process. So it's been a very long process to get to this point. And I feel like I've learnt a lot. So it's been worth it. When they hop, they do. I guess when I think of dragons and yetis, I never really think about when they're hopping. So I've never put much thought into what sounds their hops would make. Started to tip over. I feel like I just get a bit of super glue on there just to harden the outside of it, just sort of encase it. Because I'm not super confident in the structural stability of it. If I can just seal it all together, I think we'll be chilling. Just want to make sure it doesn't blob up and make gross texture. You're fucking with me. No one says boingo. Like, what the fuck is that? This is like, this is the worst fucking gaslight that I've been subjected to. No one says boing. I say boinga. Just not for dragons or yetis when they hop. Or kangaroos. Look, I'm here interacting with you in good faith, and you're just fucking with me. What did I do to deserve this kind of treatment? Here I was, genuinely intrigued with what kind of noises foreigners use to describe the sound that kangaroos make when they hop. This is a matter of national identity. Hey. I'm liking how the stuff has turned out. This is looking really cool. We'll let it set. And I think, therefore I am. No, I think that this might be everything that we have to do in terms of assembly stuff. So what have we got? We've got man with horns. We've got all 6 horns sorted out. We've got both the pauldron setting. The cape fits underneath the power pack now. I guess I can file down the excess shit on his back here now that it's set. You laughed so hard you're now saving time for another bowl. Legend. I forgot that you're just stoned out of your mind right now. Anyway. Yeah, so we've got the, I'll just file down the bits on the back that I'd used to seal the little holes where the cape initially plugged into. Seems like a horny guy. This guy is hornier than anyone else I have built. Because I don't really think these count as horns. Yeah, this guy's actually not even that horny. He's got like nothing on him. Do I have any horny men in here? I mean, Alfarius he's kind of horny. He's got some horns. Not many, though. He's not really horny either. He's just kind of like... He's just kind of chilling. Yeah, I don't think I have many horny men. Just clean this section of the back up so that it has texture where it should. No, you have a high tolerance? Okay. Just chilling. Emperor's Children. I haven't built any of those horny men yet, though. I do want to get me some Noise Marines, some of the cool models, because those guys are cool as hell. They are snazzy as fuck. But I don't need more minis. I've got too many. Just simple as that. Don't need any more. Nuh-uh. No minis for me. Okay, so yeah, pieces that we've got. So tabard would go on the front like that. Cape would go underneath the power pack now instead of over the top. And we set this up so that should go in nicely. Yep. Can't be asked to do them properly as 80% of it's hidden. Yeah, I am going out of my way to try to do as much of this as possible. And I'm paying the price for it. So, this hand, I'm probably going to have to glue this in because the pin for the hand isn't quite the right shape. But, you just set this up. This is going to be really cool. I'm liking how this is coming along. I feel like the horns are comically large, but ahriman's horns are just comically large. Like, this looks too big until I bring up the reference image. And his horns are just comically large. Now let's see if we can get it to the right side, to the same size. About here. And then if I go and get one of the horns, I'll just take the staff out of the way. Okay, maybe mine are comically large. Maybe they're a little big. Whoops. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, because his horns are about maybe 3 heads high. Mine are maybe 4 heads high. Actually, I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's that bad. I think I need to cut a notch out of the bottom edge of these horns so that I can like plant it against the side of his head. You're questioning your painting process. You did all the hard to do armor panels without doing the grunt work paint. Now you're paying the price of doing the metallic details in every little recess. I want to pin those horns, then gap fill them with putty. Well, again, I don't have pins, and I'm thinking, because the way they come quite close to each other at the top. Like, in order for me to get that, I basically need to cut grooves out of the bottom edge of them. Because they need to go pretty much straight up. I just hold this by there. They pretty much need to do this. So I think what I need to do is just get my knife. And just chop an angle into it like this. Oh, you can't see because I've got it behind the man. But just essentially chop an angle into it like that for it to go up against the head, and then I can putty it to smooth. You're gonna need to do one so you can use its canopy for your big dick codpiece for your night Akaros. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. I say fuck it, we ball. We can't go back now. And so then we just need to putty this onto his head. Trim the horn with the relic blade. Sorry, my bad, I misspoke. I know an apology isn't really enough, but I hope you'll accept it. This spike is sitting a bit low, so we'll probably just need to... Yoink. It's not coming off. Scheisse. Just get a teeny bit, and we'll just do a new horn. A little bit higher up this time. Buying a mini knight to use its armor as a dick guard is wild. Oh my god, why did I come back to doing this shit? This is so painful. Please, just stay. Please stop sticking to the knife blade. I do not appreciate it. Oh my god. Okay. That should be okay. Enough. That should be okay enough. That should be tolerable. And so, now we can trim this down. Take a nice big chop out of this. Cool. Now let's get to work. What we'll do probably is we'll super glue them on and then we'll putty around it to smooth it. I want these placed towards the back of the head. So like that. Hello, you're back. Welcome back, Chaos. Shit. Need to swap them around to the other sides because this one's the longer one, so it should be on the low side so that it's not as noticeable that it's the long one. I need to put the shorter one on the higher point. So otherwise it'll look really lopsided. And then I'll have room to play around with the placement of the longer one so that it can look more in line. This is looking a lot worse than I was expecting. I think what I need to do is I think I need to remove the bottom spike, honestly. The bottom spike is complicating things. Which one of these is the long one? This is the long one. I think the part of the collar that goes around behind him is kind of getting in the way as well, making it hard for me to place these nicely. Let's just see how this goes. So I only need to get the placement good once. Once I find the placement, I can just leave it there, and we should be right. Probably afford to tilt these back a little bit. Have to figure out how to upload community posts to show off your dread once it's done. I think you unlock community posts at a certain subscriber count. Because I feel like when I was initially doing my YouTube over in Japan, I didn't have community posts from the start, but then I got access to them at some point. Used to upload on this account way back when. We pray it hasn't unlocked it. I see, I see. This is really not grabbing. I think rather than stick these to his head, I need to stick these behind his head. I think that'd actually be better. Because his head is kind of just a really painful spot. But if I can instead stick these to like his collar. Then I have more room for it. And it'd look less shit. I think that's what we need to do. I'm going to defile this mini even more. I'm cutting out a chunk of his collar. My cruelty knows no bounds. But I'm realizing as I'm doing this that this is resin, so it's just going to shatter everywhere. But it is a necessary sacrifice to make the horns sit properly. Really, really hope I don't make an absolute mess of this. I think that might be enough. Would you perchance like to see a bodiless dreadnought, aka legs? I would look at the legs of a dreadnought. Which one of these is the long one? I think this one's the long one. Yeah, I think, honestly, get a little bit of putty. Dunk this back here. Something like that. Then I can put this over here. And I think that would be okay. This is a pain. I did not think it would be this hard. I think the smaller horns will be a lot easier, but these big ones, because they steer towards each other, it's really hard to get them sitting in a nice looking spot. The smaller ones, they go out off to the side, so I don't need to worry about how they look relative to each other. It's just these two big ones. Rows into legs. Got an issue with that? I think it's a pretty normal thing. Telling me you're not? Lube your tools? Yeah, I really should. In that situation where the previous one fell off, that wasn't because I didn't have lube on the tools or anything. That was just, it wasn't sticking to the putty. Nuh-uh. Look, you're missing out, Buster. Camera and lighting is ass, but the post is up. I will check it out after the stream, just because I really want to get this glued together and get putty setting so that I can prime this dude off camera. And because I want to finish up this stream sooner rather than later so I can download Space Marine, because I have a date with the boys later on. Gonna kill some fucking Tyranids. Better have that first one on there before attaching the second horn if I want them in alignment. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I've got this one fully attached in a position I like it in, so that I can set up the second one the way that I want to see it. And Thousand Suns. And Thousand Suns. I've seen a thumbnail of a dreadnought. That is of a Thousand Suns dreadnought, or sorry, a Thousand Suns Hellbrute, and that is all I know. So I am keen. Can you join me? I have already got a full squadron, unfortunately. I've got some boys who have been very eager for a while. So yeah, my battle brothers are already determined. I think I might need to, honestly, cut a little bit off the bottom of this, just so that it fits a bit better. This is getting shorter and shorter. Boinga. There's more in line with what I want. I think what I need to do now this is horrible. I am going to slowly carve away everything that I've worked so hard on. I'm gonna cut this bit. Boinga. File this back a little bit. Can you picture Boinga being the Australian Bazinga? Please no. Please no. Making me not want to say it anymore. Is that what you want? Stop saying it, please. I hold too much power with this word. I'm gonna cut these little spikes off because they're in the way. The only time you've heard boinga before was shaboinga my schmeat. What is that even from? Hello, how you going? Go for it. Sheldon Bazinga, I don't need this. Mods, time him out. If Zinch had a computer, he'd be the world's biggest internet troll. He would, like, he would live and breathe off spreading disinformation. That he would do it for no other reason than it's the funniest shit ever. It's not like Russian psyops, like, trying to, like, divide the West. No, he's just doing it because it's funny. Okay. I think this is about as good as we're gonna get. Something like this. And I'll have to carve down the spikes to be a lot smaller once they've dried. Yeah, because this on its own right now, the spikes are sort of so large that it's giving like Corn Berserker vibes. Not what we want. So yeah, we'll carve that down once the, once everything's dried. Honestly, I think these need to be out a bit further, and then I need to carve back the white a little bit. But it is what it is. Get a bit more super glue just around the edges there so we can seal it, and once it grabs on its own, we can let that set and then come in with our putty and just try to make it as seamless as we can. Gonna get a little bit of super glue just on the end of this tool here, just so that I can place it in the little spots that I can't quite reach with the nozzle. All chaos is the same, heretics that need to be dealt with. Your name is literally Chaos Agent 12. Okay, I think I need to trim a little bit off the end of one of these spikes. You've had that username for years. It doesn't change the fact. Scheiße. Scheiße in mein Mund. Fuck. Okay, I think that's good. I think we're chilling. We'll just let that set. And just focus on the two upper horns. So these ones will go on the side of his face. And they'll be doing shit like this. One there. Oh, there was some tacky glue there, so I guess I can just use this to set this up. So one there, and then one there. Ich bin scheiße. Come on, you don't need to be so hard on yourself, Sanju. Speaking facts. No, I'm not shit. I was reading your message. This is going to be a bit of a pain to get it to sit right. I think I need to file down the edge of this. So otherwise it's just not going to fit in there. I need to file this into like almost a flat slab. Okay, let's see how this goes. Samurai Jack, am I going to stream Space Marine 2? My computer is, I don't think it's powerful enough to stream it while I play. So I'm just gonna play it. I might record it. Don't know if I'd make anything out of it, like anything out of the recordings, but I will probably record it. But yeah, I don't think my computer is strong enough to stream it. What would Nurgle and Slanesh do if they had a computer? Or watch Scat? They'd watch it together. They would share the computer just to watch Scat. That's their shared interest. It's wholesome content for Nurgle, and it's just like the best shit for Slanesh. I think I might cut off these flames and invert them so that I can sort of appropriate them to be like the things that Ahriman has on his power pack. And like they're kind of in the way anyway, so it's no big loss. And then I can set this up at a nicer angle. Oh shit, that bit went flying a long way. Where did that even go? Oh my god. I'm gonna have to find that after the stream. Best of luck with the horns until next stream, brother. See you later, Sanji. I'm probably gonna finish the stream soon-ish as well. This is the worst outcome for your answers. F15, what were you expecting? Talking about Nurgle and Slanesh here. Their interests are very well known. Like, surely you wouldn't have, like, wholesome expectations for what Nurgle and Slanesh would do with the internet. Like, Tzeentch is the most wholesome Chaos God there is. Like, all the others are just like, they have some fucked up interests. Like, and Tzeentch isn't wholesome because he's wholesome. He's more wholesome than the others just because he's not depraved. Like, Korn would be on Live Leak. Nurgle and Slanesh would just be watching Scat together. And Tzeentch would be spreading misinformation. Slanesh would be an OnlyFans model. Nurg would just be a normal streamer. Why would Nurgle just be an... Oh, no. No, like, Asmongold. That is Nurgle. Like, I would say... Nurgle is Asmongold. Then, Slanesh is Belle Delphine. Zinch is Alex Jones. Who is Korn? Or is Korn also Alex Jones? It's sticking to my finger. Please let me go, sir. I reckon I'm gonna glue this bit on. And then I'm gonna end the stream there. And then probably off stream, I'm just gonna clean up the joins of the horns to the helmet so that it's not just super gross, because you can see there's lots of gaps and stuff. So I'll try to make it a bit more seamless. And I might use my clippers just to shorten some of these horns a little bit once it's all set and a bit firmer. I think we've done all right today. Yeah. Really happy with how the staff has turned out. This is probably the coolest thing we've done today. But yeah, I'm pretty happy to call it here. I'm going to download Space Marine 2 now, because I have a date with the boys later. And that'll be very exciting. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, guys. Always fun to have a chat. I understand that the ahriman kitbash probably isn't the most interesting of the things that I do here, but I want to get it done so I can start painting it, because it'll be much cooler once I'm painting it. I just want to make sure that I'm doing the model justice. I understand it looks hideous. I was hoping that I could make this look better than the regular ahriman one because of the good bones for it, but it's pretty nasty, pretty icky, pretty gross. But it is what it is. So yeah, thanks for dropping by, guys. I'll see you all later.